Greetings, folks. Coin here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can call me any of those three things. And welcome back to another episode of... I have to remember to actually click in this. Welcome back to another episode of Elden Reforged. It's been about 2 weeks. And of course, you know what that means. There have been patches since then. You should take an opportunity to go over those. Now, I've reconfigured my setup a little bit. In terms of my two computers, I have a nice little program called Mouse with No Borders, something like that. And essentially, I can switch which computer I'm operating on with either of my mouse and keyboard. So the mouse and keyboard attached to my gaming PC can go to my streaming PC, vice versa. Isn't that just lovely? So we have patches we need to go over, and I thought I would do this a little differently. What I am more or less going to do is, let's see, I don't know if you guys can read that. We just come over here, resize some docs. This is nice, by the way. I love having the ability to read, like, do things from either computer using either my mice and keyboard. Of course, I'm not going to check out either. I know the general school of thought, and that is, you know, hey, if you got a mice and keyboard that works between both, why do you need two sets? In case you have to enter the BIOS or something where the program would be turned off. So in terms of patch notes, I don't know if we covered 5.1, but here it kind of is. If I knew a way to, like, zoom in to the message, I would. I might be able to do something here. Hang on. Snip and sketch. Just take a snip of these. And we zoom in. About like this. And we'll increase the zoom in like that. Alright, that should be big enough for people to view. And I'll just kind of do this just to sort of point some stuff out. So, there are 3 spells of interest in patch 5.1 and a new fortune. The spell that we're probably going to be working toward getting today is Poison Bolt. That'll be near the Caelid waypoint ruins, which if we go back and look at our map, here is the Caelid waypoint ruins. So there will be some hills that we can go check out, and it should be somewhere along there. In terms of other patch notes that are relevant, perhaps the Javelin of Gold spell icon, but we don't. Oh, other than the icon, though, there really isn't much. A lot of fixes are toward the adventure mode right now, which can soft lock depending on, you know, where you're going. Some other points with 5.1, and these will read. Power stancing. You can now power stance with specific. You can power stance crosswise with certain weapon classes. Axes with hammers, great axes with great hammers, colossal weapons with colossal swords, curved great swords with great swords. So there's a lot of options for power stancing now. The biggest one that's going to hit us out of 5.1 is the fact that the shortcut cliff of the Spirit Spring from Caelid to Dragon Barrow was eliminated. Now Dragon Barrow has to be accessed through Celia. Granted, I didn't show you that cliff. At least I don't think I did. But there definitely was a way in vanilla to get to Dragon Barrow right from the start. Now, we have to go through the path I showed you the first time, that being Celia, the town of sorcery. Other than that, The new fortune in this patch, the fortune of the War Master, comes off of the bell-bearing hunter at the War Master's shack. So there was a nice... Ivy did us a solid. They put a an event script into an attachment for us. And I downloaded that, so we should just have access to that fortune already. In terms of the next patch... Oh. That could be wrong. Okay. Edit the item recovery event for the Fortune of the War Master that will automatically give you the fortune. Interesting, so they just baked that in baseline. I didn't even think about that. In fact, in patch 5.1b, in patch 5.1b, there's like a scene. It's kind of a low chance to happen in vanilla, but there's sort of like a chance for Gerenk to just be wandering the grounds outside of the Bestial Sanctum. He will now do this pretty much more or less once you give him 3 Death Root, and I believe that is at night, if my thoughts are correct. Patch 5.12 is probably what I would put a picture up for. Trying to think if there's anything else. Patch 5.11 didn't really add anything for us. Patch 5.11a fixed a bug where Glintstone Pebble dealt damage to the caster every time it was cast. Also, a path to the Luton Volcano Manor near the Magma Worm was added. Great. Cool. Looking forward to it. Patch 5.12, the main patch doesn't really have any notes for us other than performance fixes. In terms of... I didn't even think about the fact that it was broken up this way. Pretty much, really most of the changes were in 5.1 and not any of these other patches, but it's worth going over it in case we do use, Sacred Blade. Now we know that, instead of 26 seconds of 5% plus 75 base attack rating, it's 4% plus 80 holy attack rating for 25 seconds, etc., etc. It's nice to know this stuff. Alright, now that we've done that, and we don't need to do anything else regarding that, let's get to it. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing alright. No webcam today. My apologies. Just, haven't really been feeling up to doing much lately. I guess I could say I haven't quite been myself. So I went back and looked over pretty much most or all of the locations that we've been to so far. I also went through and mapped out all the encampments. All the encampments that we can currently go access. Those are marked in banners. So why don't we just get started? This is Operation Cleanup Caelid. Let's do that. I believe we took out this encampment, though. That is the Erdtree Catacombs coin. That is not what we want to be doing. So essentially our game plan today is going to be to clean up everything we can before moving on to Altus. Altus is going to be where a lot of quest lines begin to converge. And some new fresh ones get a nice good start. Like Blackguard Boggart. That his quest line picks back up in Altus. The same thing with... is it Corin? Yeah, it's Corin. His questline also picks back up in Altus. And that's where another shard bearer, Morgott, resides. We can go deal with him, but we should actually probably stop as soon as we've made it into, like, Lanedell proper. And, you know, turn around and go back to Volcano Manor and that portion of, Altus. Because we have more quests to try to complete. I'm trying to show you everything I can before we deal with major points in quest lines where there's kind of no point of return. We're kind of approaching the event horizon for some of that. Nice. I don't think these things really go mad. Unfortunate. And of course, these birds are not exactly, you know, fun to be dealing with. Sorry, these things take up a lot of my concentration. It's tough to kill one. Somewhere a chest is open. Ah, so we didn't clear this out. That's good to know. Inside each one of these encampments, is a chest that contains a set that you would normally have to farm enemies for. It's these gold chests here. I think we went over the encampment mechanic when it first appeared, maybe 10 or... I'm sorry, a little closer to like 15 episodes ago. Okay, we should leave this on the map, but now we kind of know that we've beaten it. Alright, next up on our list is an encampment over that way, near the smoldering wall. Hopefully I sound good, and there aren't really problems with the audio. No echo, no duplicate audio, nothing of the sort. I've been trying really hard to fix the voice meter setup. I don't know what it is about Windows, but for whatever reason, whenever you update Windows, something almost always goes screwy, and I hate it. That's another reason I want a physical mixing board, so I can just kind of eliminate all those problems. Well, I should say eliminate those problems. It's more like, this is not what I'm looking for. I don't know why I think that. Yeah, you can only see the stickers that you place on your map at any time. Okay, this is the encampment here. I'll sort of put that where it's supposed to be. At least I sure hope that's where the encampment is. It very much could be at the top of that hill, though. And if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm taking out the opposition. Now, we should actually... I keep hearing something, like footsteps. But I think that's just the heavy thud of the Mad Pumpkin Ogre over there. We're gonna keep the sword there. Just want to be draining that really fast. That's Godslayer incantations. We actually don't need this any further. We can put back on our normal attire. And as for this, I'm trying to think of the best way I want to go about dealing with the pumpkin head here. Maybe, probably, oh, just making sure nothing's behind us. Always gotta look out for all the small sounds in Elden Ring. I guess I'm a little bit off my game today. Normally I'm a little bit more chatty regarding subjects, but I don't know. I guess I've just been feeling off kilter lately, and I don't really know why. I know part of it could be like autistic brownout or burnout. I think it's burnout. I think that's how you say it. Nice. Maybe that's kind of what it is. I just kind of feel blech. Like I'm in sort of a rut in my own life. And maybe that translates over to my individual performance in areas. Like there's just too much going on in my life, so my subconscious response is to, you know, turn the obligation into something I don't have to deal... Like, turn a number of obligations I don't have to deal with, or that I do deal with. Sorry, I'm butchering this to hell. As you can see, I'm off my game. But I can't just not stream, because I might not ever be off my game. I might always be a little bit off kilter, and there are people who deal with that. They're adults. I too need to be one. Let's pop one of these. I don't want the world treating me like an invalid. Okay, I thought it was here. I'm thinking it's up at the top of the hill, in which case we've already cleared that out. But we're gonna clear it out again. We're gonna clear it out again. Okay, one of you's hitting someone. Not sure who that is. But it's gonna be someone. Come on, show me what you got. Beautiful. Our build, and for those who maybe don't know, Elden Ring Reforged is an overhaul mod for Elden Ring. Okay, we did already clear this encampment, and it was in fact up here. I don't know why I thought it was any different. In that case, I believe our next point of order is the Caelid, Southern Highway. Anyway, so if you're like, ugh, I've played Elden Ring for like the 50th time, it gets old, and you want something new, and you don't want ridiculous, you don't want Elden Ring Ascended, you don't want plagiarized like Garden of Eyes, or, you know, grifting off everyone, as I call it, Want something new? Well, if you aren't playing Vigil, or you're not like in some sort of closed beta uh, the Convergence, try out Elden Ring Reforged. It contains a lot of really nifty changes. There are like over 1,000 changes made to the game, and a lot of them are good, at least in my opinion. Alright, I believe this portion of it is where we're kind of searching for poison bolts, which if I refer back to the patch notes, if I refer back to our lovely little patch note, found on a hill near the Waypoint Ruins. Okay, so we're gonna have to do some poking around to find it, but we will find it. Golden Star, or you know, the Sword of Night and Flame having Night and Fell affinity, instead of just being like, here's the sorcery good stuff sword with fire on it in case you need it. If you're like, oh, I want to wear the Kaiden set, or I want a difference in casting time, or I want to be able to duck, or I would like Torrent to go faster in exchange for, you know, less health. Something along those lines. I think you guys will like Elden Ring Reforged. The mod is written by a mod author named Kirnifr, Kirnifr, and they have a small assistant modding team. I guess that's what I really should call it, right? Because they have a small few assistants that like help script some stuff. One of them is responsible for a lot of the high quality art, like on the Fortunes. This art is Ivy's. That's Ividian. If you don't know who Ividian is, if you know who Zuli the Witch is, sometimes Zuli the Witch consults Ividian for, like, language stuff. I know some of the rough Japanese translations. Ivy was responsible for helping with those. Ivy made those icons, for which I'm eternally grateful. I would have been okay with, you know, blanks in the high-quality art, but it's nice to have real art. Speaking of inventory, we had an event for a fortune. Did we get that? We did. Okay. The Fortune of the War Master. This was the new fortune that was there. Let's kind of quickly go over it real quick. Yeah, that's a line. Anyway, increases strength and dexterity. Favored weapon types deal increased damage, while unfavored weapon types deal decreased damage. Wielding a favored weapon type increases your equip load and decreases skill costs. Your favored weapon types change randomly. Lower your health the quicker your favored weapon types change. Decreases intelligence, faith, and arcane. Decreases the damage and cast speed of spells. Increases stamina consumption. So if you're like, oh, I don't want to play any spells, right? This is a spell playthrough, so we probably won't be making good use out of that fortune. But if you're like, man, I just want a good melee build, none of this hybrid crap. Just give me the ability to use a weapon or a couple of different ones and go from there. Fortune of the War Master has you covered. Just fantastic. Also, what's on the image there? I just realized I didn't probably look at that. I can't tell what that is. Is that Bernal and like his recusant armor, or is that something else? I don't know. I'll have to ask Ivy about that. They're the ones that know about the art. Yeah, that's the new fortune. We would have gotten that from killing the bell-bearing hunter at the War Master's shack in Limgrave. We just already killed him first. That's all. Also, can you guys believe that we're 40 episodes in now? I can't. I don't know. I don't know how. Okay, we're gonna just quickly try to deal with all three of you. You can try to avoid tracking on that all you want. It's not gonna work. That was a beautiful, clean sweep. These pests hardly got a chance to do anything. I can't believe we're 40 episodes in, guys. It's so surreal that at 40 episodes we're only just now cleaning up what Caelid looks like. We're only just now getting ready to we're only, oh god, it's just it's so surreal to me to know that I surely thought we would have been stuck in Caelid or in Liurnia for a lot longer. I typically have trouble on some of the later fights in those regions. So, I mean, granted, we're still in Caelid, and the day is not yet done, but just trying to, like, quickly figure out where items are. We're looking for, I think, a loose item. I don't think we're looking for I do not think we're looking for just any old item. It's just wild. It's absolutely wild. I didn't think we would be getting this far along into a playthrough. But I think I remember saying this before, like, you know, this is going to be a long playthrough, right? You know, we're going to have, like, 60, 80, 100 episodes of this. Maybe not Caelid exactly, but this nonetheless. Maybe I'm a little too far away. The notes did say at the Caelid Waypoint ruins are close by. So that's what I'm thinking, is it's gotta be closer. I'm just not looking hard enough. But Poison Bolt will be great as soon as we find it. That'll be, you know, fitted into our Warlock build really fast. Having an easy way of not... I mean, Poison Mist is always valuable, right? It's 16 seconds of 16 points of poison. It's a good spell. But having something that fits that, that accomplishes that without also being pest threads is fantastic. Plus, Poison Bolt's a new spell. And what can I say? I'm a spell junkie. I want to be playing with spells. Spells are fun. Hurling bolts of lightning, balls of fire, or breathing a breath of frost at an opponent just sounds fun. Just got to make sure we aren't missing where it's supposed to be. Maybe it's in the ruins. I doubt it though. We already cleaned it out. I'm open to being proven wrong. Oh, that was close. I'm thinking it's in these ruins. Why not? Maybe it's a hill in the ruins. Alright, you are getting madness. 1 or 2 good frenzied bursts should be enough to take out most of what you need at this point. If you've been following along, also I totally needed to go back and like readjust points. But at this point in the game, if you've been following our build and you haven't done what I had to do and deviate, your frenzied bursts should be enough to get you through most of what you need. It's an excellent spell. It hits hard. If you've got the right gear, you'll rarely ever get mad at yourself. It's great. I think I see a clump of something over there, but that must be an enemy block. It's just fantastic. So what do people think about Elden Ring Reforged? Or I guess maybe even just Elden Ring in general. I know people love Elden Ring, but I'm hoping that this game will show that regular Elden Ring has some flaws. It's not perfect. It's okay that regular Elden Ring isn't perfect. It doesn't need to be perfect. But if you're capable of modding it, why not strive to make it better, right? Why not innovate the space and make something new out of it? There's nothing wrong in that either. I love what Kernifer has done with Elden Ring, and really kind of turn it into their own creation. I'm looking forward to the Convergence team. I'm looking forward to trying out Bowser's work. I'm looking forward to so much. I just hope that, you know, the Japanese government doesn't decide to get in the way, as it already has decided to do so. For those who don't know, there's a law that basically makes it illegal to sell modded provide modded software or modify your consoles. It's punishable by jail time and like what is it, a 7 million yen fine? Something like that. It's rough. But I'm almost positive that is going to slow down our acquisition of tools. Well, I shouldn't say it's not guaranteed, but little baby pests. He's been in here already. In here, please. Jeez, you ever stop attacking? Come on, babies shouldn't be able to do it that fast. Then again, look at these. Look at these little baby grubs. They have multiple hands coming out of them too. I'm almost convinced Miyazaki is like a hardcore body horror fan, and we just wouldn't. That looked like a full load of test threads. No, it is baby food. Do want to, like, you know, get out of the line of fire though. Yeah, I'm almost convinced that Miyazaki's a body horror fan, and we wouldn't know. It's the same thing in Magic the Gathering. You know, the big, like, sub-theme of, All Will Be One, the latest, okay, we're popping one of those. No, new Phyrexia, All Will Be One, is that, you know, the Phyrexians are kind of like these organic machine hybrids that flay the flesh off of their subjects and replace it with metal, or else they are synthetic hybrids. And a lot of like everyone's favorite Planeswalker characters underwent some degree of physical change. Some were really tame, some weren't. I'm not gonna spoil it, but you know, some of the Planeswalker changes really hit close to home for me, and I am not bothered by the body horror, but I know a lot of other people would be. In fact, people were so bothered that Wizards is probably working on redoing a couple of Planeswalkers. Just to, you know, give them some kind of redemption arc. I think that's the plan. I could be wrong, but Wizards of the Coast has already left themselves kind of a big plot out in order to reverse some changes. Honestly, I think the only reason that plot out exists is so they could continue to make cards out of the Planeswalkers, and not for any other reason. Where is this poison bolt? I'm not so sure I know where it is anymore. I thought I did. I thought I had a pretty good grasp over the terrain. But now I kind of don't think so. I think it's on a corpse that we've already collected. Or maybe it's on an enemy we haven't killed? I can believe that too. Or maybe I'm limiting myself to the south when it could be up north. It could be before the Caelid Waypoint ruins. Don't worry, we won't spend all day on this. If I can't find it, I'll try to like look into it over break, over one of our lovely little ad breaks, and see about obtaining it sooner rather than later. Because the description was clear, it's just vague on purpose. And because of its vagueness, there's no way to know whether it's before or after the Waypoint ruins. Maybe it's like somewhere over here? Yeah, maybe it's up there. Off to the right here. Gotta be careful. Gotta try to keep Torrent out of danger, but if at all possible. Oh, and I'm also forgetting to, like, tag these things. Can't be, getting too carried away. Disciples of Rot. Okay, yeah, I was smart to, tag these. I did say I would be filling up the codex, as we kind of went, but if I'm being quite honest with myself, I really haven't had that much time. Also, I still would like to relax at some point in my life. But I don't know. I could also be just... I wonder how much relaxation time people actually get as adults. Is it like less than an hour? Less than 2 hours? Is it when they sleep? So, you know, like the 8 hours that people spend resting, I guess? I don't know. Ah, yes. I am glad I checked up here. Hill. Hill, they say. It's not a hill. It's right underneath the cliff. This is where it is. No point in marking it now. Alright, so it's like up here. I could see why it's a hill. I just think that's a little bit reductive. It doesn't really explain that, oh, well, it's a series of, small rocky outcroppings. It's on top of one of the outcroppings. Or it's like, oh, it's near the cliff. That would actually help. But also, I guess, putting it up there means no one ever really went up there before. So this kind of like, this is a really cool place to put something. I just think the description for it may be a little bit purposefully misleading. I don't know. Anyway, we have what we need. So, let's move on to... I suppose... We have a whole place we haven't explored yet. On top of, you know, Operation Cleanup. On top of, like, the, catacombs after, killing Radon, defeating Radon. Alright, so this over here... Oh, I forgot. We're trying to... We need to, like, put on a, new item. New spell. Releases a poisonous orb into the air. Incantation of the Servants of Rot. The orb bursts into a poisonous mist on impact. Those who dwell within poison know rot all too well. The death that begets life that comes to all equally. That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. Okay, and it is not a generator, which is fine. Fine by me. We don't need it to be a generator. Let's test our new spell. Okay, so it becomes a poison bolt. It becomes mist on impact. So we'll need to find a good place to use this. Alright, if you're gonna pick a fight, I guess. Oh, well, that's really interesting. It's like a real... the real treat is like the instant poison. I want you, like, up there. Oh, that's expensive. Okay. Nice. Up here we go, then. Come on, drop down. Thank you for your custom. Yeah, don't stop bothering me. Okay, so... you want to be heading this way. Did anyone follow me? No, it doesn't look like it. I do like how you were totally willing to, like, ride off the cliff instantly. Oh, but that hurts, though. Close. Alright, so we've already passed. So if I recall when I looked this up, it's like off a cliff or something like that. Yeah, I can hear it over. Ah, yes. I do so love... Now, let's just go back to the grace site. There's no reason to visit the stake. Awful. Simply awful. Well, nothing to do but make more of these. Let's see if we can get the jump on them this time. We already know they're going to be a problem. Yes, sir, I know you are shooting the crossbow bolts. Let's try to... Not... Yeah, okay. He saw. Come on. Come here. I know you got the prompt for that ladder, but whatever. Are you incapable of climbing? Think he might be. Beautiful. Whatever. Hey, if you want to, you know, just kind of stand there. I don't know. The normal soldiers can climb ladders. That's really weird. I guess I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, but come on. That's odd. We do have to kill that horseman all over again, but that can wait. That can totally wait. Let's not make that embarrassing gaffe again, shall we? Poison Bolt's a nice spell. I don't think you're getting poison off of it, per se. Except stuff that's kind of weak to it. It's kind of meant to just be like a... Oh, hey, here's a... Ah, there you are. Yeah, there's Cragblade. We can remove that now. This took me quite a bit to cobble together, by the way. Just, you know, what's missing, what's not. Because I had to check 2 places. Also, speaking of, like, checking 2 places or whatnot, I've mentioned that we have a website, right? That website's more or less the changelog and website form. There's a community effort to put together a wiki. I don't know if I would introduce that effort yet. And my reasoning for just not doing that has to do with has to do with the fact that we're not sure if, not sure if that particular wiki is being transitioned to something else. If it is, I don't want to point you guys toward a product you're just going to have to stop using, right? Or like a service you're just going to have to stop using. That doesn't make much sense. Not to me. But I guess I should still show it off anyway. Especially because if I do show it off, you know, maybe for those who are already playing the wiki, right? Or playing the wiki. For those who are like working on the wiki, you know, we could always use volunteers. We could use the volunteers to put in new information on the wiki. Like that's always something good we can do. So I guess I'll show it off. I'll try to show it off maybe after break. Nice, nice. Just trying to make sure there aren't nasty little drop downs. I think the big piece of loot we wanted was that, Alright, how do we want to do this? Maybe one frenzy burst followed by... Thank you. Don't do that anymore. No more of that. Alright, I think we got what we wanted out of that. Let's go into the catacomb here. I'm trying to remember what's here, and I apologize for all the dead space today. I'm kind of off my game, as I've already said. And I'm not really sure why. So I know you guys already put up with me, but I'm asking for a little bit more forbearance today. Can we level up? No, not quite. Although I think... Let's see, we're more or less like to 2200 away from leveling. I think if we pop a couple of these, we should get what we're looking for. 4,800? Okay, that's almost like 1,000. Oh, and look at that. We have exactly 1,000. That it? Yes. We have plenty for a level up. Okay. Level
Share
up.
them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions.
Alright. So we want a lantern. That's gonna really help us. When we're a sorcerer or we're a wizard, we can use starlight. But when we're a warlock like this, we really shouldn't be using starlight. So lantern it is. Oh, right. Before we continue, let's go pack a new spell. Well, not a new spell, but let's go pack 2 more spells. We want a fire one. We are gonna want one of those. We do have Frenzy Burst, but I mean a legitimate fire spell. Maybe say Whirl O Flame. And then we want the Flame Cleanse Me. We also want... I'm sorry, we want Litany of Proper Death in that slot. Then we want... Flame Cleanse Me. And then the regenerative healing spell. There. That should be plenty to work with. Just need to keep the spell ready. And I'm glad I did. That's kind of a close range spell now that I think about it. So just be on your toes in here. There's some of these catacombs do have quite a lot of scarlet rot, like pools, fetid pools in them. Don't roll in them. Oh, I should say don't roll in them either. Thank you for your custom. Right, anything up here? No, in these catacombs, you want to keep your eye on the ceiling almost at, I wouldn't say at all times, but if you know you're like in a tunnel, I mean, even in the tunnels, you kind of want an eye on the ceiling. So just like check above you every so often, or check around corners if you can. I kind of just walked in here and nearly got ambushed. So you kind of want to make sure you're being cautious, you're being careful, you're being deliberate with your movements. And you aren't just pressing forward without doing some looking. Now, sometimes stuff's going to be, you know, hidden on the walls as you're coming into a room, like this wall in particular. It'd be a nice place for an ambush. There won't be anything you can do about that until you walk into the room, but... oh, this is Scarlet Rot City. An Aeonia wannabe. Okay, up here, there's a Miranda flower. I guess I'll just keep an eye out on... Is that flower moving? You know, I remember, you know, actually being in these catacombs, and I didn't notice that the flower moved. Let's see, don't even think about it. I don't want these flowers even getting an idea it's okay to hit us. Alright then. Like ourselves, we really cannot afford to be carrying on Scarlet Rot for an incredibly long time. Because it hurts. Also, we've already used 2 flasks on the way in, just like before dealing with anything else. So, I'm really, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to stretch out our flasks so they kind of last. I'm not so worried about a health flask. If we need to use one, we will. We always have the Blessings Boon if we need to, if we're not in a hurry. It's the Cerulean Tear Flasks I want to be careful for. Oh, nice. Just gotta be careful and check these walls. You never know what's hidden. Also, I would normally roll into them, but I don't want to, I don't want to roll in Scarlet Rot and then even have to, even through cleansing, you know, it sticks for a while. The status will stick because that sludge is on you. Just terrible. Oh, excuse me. I believe there'll be more flowers. And we can't actually deal with them by cleansing. Let's do it this way, though. This is the great thing about having our caster build, our like casting build available to us. Speaking of which, we have a command for that. If you ever want to know what we're doing with our stats and gear, if we type in caster build, all one word, all lowercase, or the bot could have issues. Okay, I get the feeling the bot is just going to have issues today. I had to reconfigure OBS, so my apologies for the 15-minute lateness. That's why that was happening, and I thought it would just be easier for me to like take the time to configure it rather than tell you I'm configuring it, find out that it takes me longer than maybe 15 minutes, and then do another post and then go live. It's just easier if I, you know, do it this way. But we're splitting our stats between Faith, Intelligence, and Arcane. We're trying to cast all the spells, every spell, all the time. That is pretty much our goal. And to accomplish that goal, we're gonna have to level up a lot. Because we're spreading our stats between just making sure I am, you know, nothing is coming in from behind. So we know about the heavy ore. Let's use a bolus this time. Make sure nothing is coming from up above. And pick up the occasional glob of root resin. Okay, so if I remember what's here, it could have changed. Also, let me just reload the overlays here. So we're at the Caelid Catacombs. I believe what's here is supposed to be like an Erd tree, like a burial tree watchdog. But I'm gonna look it up to be sure. Ah, never mind. I was wrong. It's a cemetery shade. That's what's supposed to be here. Those suck. We had our experience with one in Limgrave. It was not fun. The constriction is probably the worst thing about it. More than anything else. If you get caught up in melee range against these things, you're getting eviscerated. You're getting bled out. And there won't be a thing you can do about it. Well, since the timers and stuff aren't functional, please remember that during boss fights that I do not talk during those. This is just because I'm terrible at multitasking. I am situated in such a way that I can see your messages, though. So feel free to ask me questions. It just might be, you know, a couple of minutes, or, you know, whenever I die or complete the boss before I get back to you. That's all. See you on the other side of this. Okay, that was easy enough. So a reward for that was the spirits, what is it? The spirits of... I saw it earlier. Maybe it's a special one. The Kindred of Rot. That's what these things are. Ashes remain in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon a spirit of the Kindred of Rot. The spirit takes the form of a crawling pest, its chitinous body making a dry, rustling sound. Attacks enemies by secreting sticky threads. The Kindred of Rot are the servants of the Goddess of Rot, servants that have been forsaken. Uh-huh. And we had... not the Rotten Stray. We had another one, like the Putrid Corpse. I think I know we got another set of ashes earlier. I just couldn't remember. I should have reviewed it right there on the spot. Okay. So we've gotten that taken care of. Let us go into the heart of Aeonia. I'll take a break. And when we come back, I will have figured out, or hopefully I will have figured out what that art is on the War Master's Fortune. Let's take our rest here. Okay, I'll play a 90-second ad. Please feel free to get up, take a stretch, get a snack, go to the bathroom, whatever will fit your fancy, and I will see you guys at the end of this commercial break. Okay, I am back. My apologies about that. Oh, and as per usual, as is always the pattern, I almost always miss the follow. I am so sorry about that. Uh, Thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Um, I'm glad you could be here. I hope you enjoy your stay, and I hope you either find this entertaining or, you find that uh, it fills the space in your room or wherever it is you need it to be. I know a lot of people like to leave others on Twitch on just playing in the background with just the talking, so they can do what they need to do. Um, Sincerely, thank you. And I am sorry I missed that. I happened to be up and refilling my beverage when that follow took place. So sorry about that. Um, so I am waiting on a response. Okay. Oh, thank you, Ivy. Appreciate that. I've come back with some information. Stop correcting this phone. Stop it. So apparently the image that is on the Fortune of the War Master is the Beast Champion set. Which, the Beast Champion set, I believe, comes from... that should have something to do with the Volcano Manor questline. We're gonna look that up just to be sure. But I think that's what that is. Yes, that is exactly what that is. So the Beast Champion set is something you get from dealing with War Master Bernal. When we get to Volcano Manor. What is going on? Lord have mercy. I'm not sure what that was. That was weird. And I'm not even running another game. That's the real problem. Anyway, we're here for an item. We're here for an item that is in the thick of the roots of Aeonia. It's a giant, and it's a part of the, the swamps of Aeonia that are absolutely filled with these giant freaking dragonflies. Thankfully, one of our nice, lovely zaps can kill them. But still, you don't want to be getting hit from behind by these things. I don't think so. We got a new Ash of War, the Sacred Ring of Light, which we are totally going to look at in 2 seconds. Okay, a little more than 2 seconds, but needless to say, we are going to look at it. Grants affinities and armaments or skills to an armament. Sacred Ring of Light. Skill used by the commander of the Clean Rot Knights. Gathers a sacred ring of light in the armament, then fires it forward. Can be fired in rapid succession. Usable on polearms. Great spears are accepted. Meaning that you can't put this on a great spear. Ash of War holy damage scales with faith. Good to know. So even if you put like a non-faith affinity on this, you want to have faith high anyway. Just so you can use it. Alrighty. Cool beans. We can go ahead and remove that. Now, what was up here that I had marked? This either had to do with... this either had to do with an enemy, or it had to do with something related to a recent patch. One of those two things is definitely happening. Also, I'm fairly sure that if you step into Celia, it makes you get off your horse now. You have to learn how to platform without that horse. Ah, that's right. That's why I did that, because we actually have to go around this way. Alright, Galreed, please tell me you have stuff for sale. No. So in order to buy the, like, pest stuff off of him, we need to talk to Millicent, and we need to get a specific prosthesis from her. And that means going to Altus. So we want to come back to Gallery a little bit later. Let's see. What we want to do now is head toward that marker up there. I believe we're going to end up having some problems trying to go through here on horseback. We're going to find out. Yep, the town of Celia is now a mini dungeon. Yay! Oh well, it's not the worst thing in the world, and we've already made it through here on horseback once. So going on foot isn't really the worst thing in the world. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. And the reason we're here is because of another scarab. There's a scarab hidden up in one of the branches that contains a oh, that was so lucky. The scarab in one of those branches contains either an Ash of War, or it should be an Ash of War. It may also be Somber Smithing Stones. One of those two things is definitely the case. We just have to make our way up to it. That's going to be the hard part. Alright, if that's how you want to do things, good sir. Where's the runt that fired on me from the back? Don't even think about running for... Ah, well, the help was already called. Alright. We're just gonna wait, get a little closer. And I believe we want to head up this way and toward... Well, actually, no we don't. Oh. That was close. Okay. Did we even mark these yet? I don't think we have. No, we haven't. Please don't tell me the sword-wielding variant's an extra one, although many enemy variants have been added as of like one of the last one or two major patches ago. How we both managed to miss each other, I will have... Okay, we're backing it up. I got it. We're gonna have to be on our toes in here. These guys are, well, I don't they weren't ever easy for me. But with them going invisible, you do basically have to kind of wait. Oh, no, you don't. Where did you run up? Why did you go back there? Alright, then. Yeah, Celia really isn't that bad. It's just a matter of people were used to being on horseback before, and now they kind of have to actually foot it. And people are upset about that. I don't even need my magic. I can hit you with my sword, and it'll be over for you. Alright, believe it's this branch up here. I believe there might be some marionette soldiers up here, if my memory serves me correctly. We want to make our way up toward those branches, off in the distance there. There should be a number of different ways to make it as well. Well, there it is on the... What on earth is that? I don't recall that enemy being there. Is that a pest? Hold on, I may actually want to take the other way. I didn't even think about that. Alright, let's go this way then. Then I'll have to kind of... Actually, I can't go this way. And the reason we can't go that way is because we have no way of getting there without a horse. Yeah, we can't use Torrent in here. So that means we have to go this way. That's okay. This will be a learning experience for both of us. I've jumped these paths on foot before. That part I'm not, new to. What I am new to is like having to reconfigure myself to needing to use this pathway. That part is what I'm new to. Guess we're just gonna have to find out. Okay, that's a marionette. It's just the lighting made it look weird. Alright, that's how you want to do things, so be it. I believe we just want to go through this way. Oh, you're down there. That's fine. I don't want you shooting at me while I'm trapezing through the rooftops, though. You die. Here we are. And I believe this one is one of those you need to, like, move quick. Reposition ourselves. Yep, sure is. We get ourselves the double slash. So it was an Ash of War, which is what I remembered it being. We can remove that now. Now, we go through to the Church of the Plague, and we go all the way around to deal with that enemy over there. And we could just gauntlet ride through this. These bats will eventually leave us alone. These man bats and these singing bats. These old farts, these old timers. Okay. We appear to have lost them. Can we craft any more of these? Nope, that is not where that is. No, we are missing blessed substance. Which we could get through only a single earthly flower. Bummer. A pity. All right, well, you spotted us, so let's have a go at it. Oh wait, I forgot. You guys don't exactly tolerate spell damage that well. Unfortunate. So if I remember correctly, this, I think we went through and explored the cliffside before, so there really shouldn't be anything here. Although I did see an item that was back through that pathway. So we do want to make sure we go back. Maybe I didn't clear this out like I thought I had. Or maybe we went right past and got the, item that was in the eye of the, skull depicted in this hill formation. Something along those lines. Alright, let's slow you down. Oh, I want to be getting out of that. I definitely want to be getting out of that. Unfortunate. Oh well, we killed him. That's the important part that counts. They're dead. They're very dead. Now let's just check this. I do recall doing this. However, it never hurts to just make sure that that is what we have in fact done. Alright, so how do we do that without losing progress? I think we got it. If we do what we were supposed to do on this ledge, I will come back and actually do a more thorough check. But as far as I can tell, the thing that was there has definitely, like, grayed out. Alright, let's come back over here at the top of this structure. For that, we got bats to kill. Thankfully, really, once you've seen one man bat, you've kind of seen them all. You just gotta be patient. And the singing bats, the singing bats are really where, you know, the real threat is. Although even those are not exactly difficult to deal with. Yeah, Frenzy Burst is an excellent style. Let me just say that right now. Frenzy Burst is awesome. It's very good at dealing with the sorts of situations that we find ourselves in often. Where we have an enemy we want to fight, but we don't want to get too close. Nice 4K rune. Just what we needed. And another 4K. And another singing bat. Just making sure we're not... There is... I hear a bat flying over there. I also see 2 more over there. But I think we can just take care of the singing bat without much problem. Operatic bat? Oh my god, they're not even called singing bats. They're operatic bats. Wow. Although, you know what? I do like the name. It's better than singing bat. It's at least a little bit less reductivistic. Alrighty. We took care of that tiny little item. Now let's go through here. Find that we did in fact not go through this place whatsoever. We're gonna proceed to be ambushed, I think. Yeah, there's the Celian guy right there. Come on. Yeah, I'm letting you back away, Dad. That one there. Oh, never mind. We have another one. Oh, that was some nasty trash. Okay, we are backing it up. No. These guys are not problematic. He says as he nearly gets his butt whooped by one, right? No. They're not bad if you pay attention. They are bad if you don't pay attention. And you know, deflects are your best friend with those. Alright, I know you're back over there. Let's just get this over with. You poor thing. Right over here, I believe, was just some black key bolts. So, for those who remember, we got ourselves a crossbow pretty early on. Was the Crepus's black key crossbow? This is a range of 100 in Elden Ring Reforged, by the way. This is your sniping crossbow. Yeah. This is great. If you're trying to, like, seriously hit things from afar, use that. That'll get you what you need. It probably won't... It'll get you where you need to be doing what you want to be doing. Granted, crossbows aren't the best, but they're not bad. They're not bad. They don't feel great, but they sim out fine. They're mainly used for applying status more than anything, whereas bows tend to have better scaling and thus have a harder punch. You know, except for the ballista, of course, and the hand cannon, those have massive punch. The hand cannon in particular has lots of punch. Alright. How dare you? Stop. Look, if you want to die, be my guest. I'm not here to take your females from you. Far be it from me. All I wanted to do was pass through. You could have let me have that, but no, Ram. You decided that that wasn't good enough. Now here should be a Bloodhound Knight. Like, one should appear here shortly, or be in the background. Yep, there he is. He's right there. I believe we already have the Bloodhound marked. That was close. I guess it wasn't actually close, but you know what I mean. That fight could have been a lot worse, but I didn't like it all the same. Just make sure it doesn't shut on us. Yet this is where we find eternal darkness. Right up here. Now, are we capable of actually going to the top of this? I don't think so. But I'm eager to try. No. I don't think we can. What a shame. I'd love to know if there's something at the top of that. But I didn't see any items. There's no kind of glow perking in through the bottom. And I didn't see a ladder of any kind. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright, we've killed it. What next? We have... We did have something at the isolated merchant shack. It's dangling off of a cliff. Let's go back there, and then we can worry about, you know... I think this is supposed to be pretty quick. And then we can go back to what we were doing. Yeah, today's episode's kind of more or less just clean up. Now, where is this supposed to be? Maybe somewhere over here? Yeah, right here. Okay, we found it. Oh, a Golem Archer decided to get involved. That is too bad. Well, okay, I say it's bad, but really... Really, we were just too close to the cliff and got spotted. Just come here for a safe return.
Unusual this age.
Yes, did you have anything? Yes, this is why I was here, by the way. We're going to be picking up the... Do we have the Uchi Katana? I do not believe we do. I remember checking this before, but we're going to check again. We do, in fact, have an Uchi Katana, so you don't need to buy it. We're here for the beast repellent. Beast repellent torch should just keep away unwanted beasts. It doesn't work on every beast, but it can certainly make the aggro range lower on those. I don't know if it has the same effect in Elden Ring Reforged as it does... Well, it actually doesn't, because it has the bestial passive effect. So if you want to, like, use a torch build, the beast repellent torch is pretty nice for that. Well, I could think of far better buffs to to damage against beasts than that. We can get rid of this now. Next up on our list, we have... I can't tell if it's over here or over somewhere else. That's the Siofra Well. Alright, I guess we're going to Fort Theroth. And figuring out whether or not that cave is like in the cliffside or is somewhere else. I had hoped we would be getting to Altus today, but after seeing, you know, how long some things took in Caelid to do, I really don't think we're going to be making it to Altus today. If we do, it'll be for maybe 10-15 minutes tops. And again, this assumes everything goes according to plan. There are no mistakes. There are no setbacks. Nothing of the sort. Alright, so... Alright, we want to go through here and use the Spirit Spring in order to land safely. I forgot to check. I just realized I forgot to check the skull, but I'm fairly confident. I'm like 90% confident I remember us actually getting that item. Alright, so is it... I remember there being like a devious little hidden wall somewhere nearby. Sure enough, there it is. Alright, let's get rid of this battle mage. And I remember this being where we get the, I think I remember this being the spot where you get some ashes, and not ashes, but like, specific spells in vanilla, but, or maybe this was just Battle Mage Hughes and, nothing came out of it. But, I digress. The real prize is the Celia Hideaway. You might be asking, well, what's here? Here is the most infamous fight of all of Elden Ring. The Crystallian Trio. I hate these things with an undying passion. And in Elden Ring, prior to like patch 1.06, they were like impossible to manage or deal with. Just summon this. And, you know, the Celia Hideaway is known for having quite a few illusory walls. Maybe right over here somewhere. I remember this cave being one of those caves that just does not give you the illusory walls for free. It doesn't have an indicator to tell you, oh yes, this is where they are. No, you really gotta go find them. And I remember them all kind of being really devious. Just gotta roll until you find them. Over here somewhere. Yep, right here. Now, of course, are we going to go that way? No. No, we're not. We're going to go through here first. Thankfully, our incantations more or less help us pierce their defense. Make it easier for us to do what we need to do. Also, I want to take this opportunity, while we're kind of just exploring a dank cave, you know, ask everyone how their lives are going. Is everyone getting what they want out of life? And if you're not, I'm not asking for answers. I want people to be thinking, because I know that a lot of people have me on in the background. You know, if you're getting what you want in life, are you content? And should you be content? Oh boy. I remember that. That is the sound of madness. Of a royal revenant. If you're not getting what you want out of life, which that's a totally valid place to be in life. Why? Why do you feel like you're getting... Oh, that thing teleported up here. I don't think the saga is over yet. Oh, but God, did that suck. Let's use one of these. So those were Royal Revenants. Hello. Royal Revenants stink. They are hard to kill. They almost never stop attacking. Deflections don't work as much as you think they do. Their attacks tend to be heavy, which causes the user of the deflect to generally be knocked back, and it creates problems. Granted, you should still deflect the blows, but you didn't have any targets there. We're not going that way yet. We want to go this way first. And I believe there was an illusory wall hidden somewhere around here. I know there was one lying around. Am I just delusional? I must be like experiencing grand delusions. Or I'm just not remembering things quite right. Maybe it's not delusional. Maybe it's just I'm not remembering it right. Speaking of this is a pretty infamous cave. I believe you will find... It should be Master Lusat here. One of the wizards who was responsible for pretty much half of the disciplines at the academy that we know of. I think Lusat was the meteor line, or was responsible for the glintstone meteors, or common spells. I could be misremembering though, so don't quote me on that. Or maybe he's responsible for the reign, like the founding reign of stars. Again, I think I may have done that whole quest an entirety of once. And then I never got around to doing or repeating it again. So I can't say I remember with any degree of certainty. But I do know that Azure and Lusat were in fact responsible for the primeval sorceries. And those sorceries would not exist without them. Alright, we need to preserve our flasks. Especially because we're going to be dealing with the Crystallian trio in here. Don't throw that. Stick to your staff, please. Gotta check the walls. All of them. Oh, and the hideaway is someplace you can get easily lost in. So don't be ashamed if you have to look up a guide or watch a video. I had to. My first time walking through here, I definitely had to pay attention to other people before I understood how to navigate this place. And even then, the illusory walls make it so that you're going to have a hard time regardless. Because you could sort of get lost. You might be asking yourself why I'm going this way. And that is because we currently can't deal... Like, if we do go down there, I'll be glad to demonstrate it once we deal with the Crystallian Trio, but we're not going to be able to actually do anything if we find Master Lusat down there. He'll be locked behind a magical seal. And we need to be on Selen's quest line to deal with that seal. These things remind me of Seek the Scaleless. Not, or like the breath they breathe reminds me of the White Crystal Dragon Breath spell in Dark Souls 3. It was a powerful spell, and I liked what the Convergence team did with it. I think I'm fairly sure there was either Curse or Petrify involved in the rework of that spell. It is worth walking our way around through here the first time. Why? Because there should be an illusory wall somewhere up here. We need to find one of these crystal pathways and get ourselves on it. This one right here. We want to be heading this way. Right here. I don't think you can jump on that crystal. If you could, that would be cool. But I don't think it leads anywhere. Yep, here we go. And in here will be a lovely little band of casters. I don't remember what they're guarding, surprisingly enough. Let's see, what did you guys have? Crystallian Ashes. Oh, these are a fun one. I love the Crystallian Ashes. They're pretty good at dealing with weak enemies or trash enemies. Excuse me. I think my mouth kind of stuck together there just a little bit. Probably time for a drink. Ugh. Much better. Yeah, I used those things a lot back in the day, before Elden Ring Reforged and, like, the advent of the more complicated strategies. Now, where did I end up? Oh, yeah, Coin totally knows where he's going. He's going. Where am I again? Great sign of confidence. Yeah, but I remember where we are now. And we do not have the flasks to do this. We do not have the flasks to do this. We're going to do our best. We're going to give it everything we've got. But I'm not surprised if we fall here. Really not. Can try to build up some FP so we have something going into this. And there's like another one around here somewhere. Maybe on the drop down from behind. Yep, sure enough. Nice. Alright. So, I would show off a command, but That command isn't working because the bot isn't working right now. So instead, I'm going to have to tell you what we're doing. So the wiki does have the codex entries for this, and the codex will more or less tell us what we're supposed to do. But we have the boss sheet in the meantime until it becomes totally out of date. I'll let you know when that point is. But essentially, we have a boss spreadsheet that we like to review before we go into new fights. The cemetery sheet was not a new fight, so I didn't really bother with a review for that. We knew what we were doing. This, however, these are putrid crystallines. They are stone enemies, so cold weapons deal more damage. They have 50 defense and they have 50 defense and 60 poise. They have a unique bounce property though that makes non-strike damage weapons bounce right off. So it feels like 180 poise, but it's really 60. They take 25% more damage from strike, 10% less slash, and 25% less piercing damage. Makes sense. They're basically hard crystals. For magic, they take 25% less magic damage. Or, I'm sorry, for elemental damage. 25% less magic, 5% less fire, 5% less lightning, and they do not resist holy, which is good. We're going to need that. For the putrid crystallians, our best bet is to inflict them with madness. They are severely resistant to poison, 500 points. They are moderately resistant to frostbite at 360, and they are 60 points more vulnerable to madness than normal creatures typically are, or normal bosses typically are. They usually have a resist value of 240, so... As for the types, we have spear, staff, and ring. All together, all as one. It's really much like the Crystallian duo fight. It's just now we have every single attack that the Crystallians perform has Scarlet Rot attached to it. Additionally, you got 3 different AI all acting at once on the same fight, so it can be really difficult to keep up with. I'm hoping that the team AI change took effect and they're a little bit less brutal, but we could be here a while. I wasn't expecting to have to... I mean, I was expecting to have to do this. I just wasn't expecting it to be today. I guess I was a little blindsided even by my own pre-planning that I forgot about. What can I say? Not much to say except, you know, get ready to get slaughtered, I guess. I'll see you guys on the other side of this, most indubitably this time. That is not good. Also, they're a lot more resistant. To this one, I figured they would. Good. I think I just have to break the noise. You can backstab them. And that really hurts. We're dead. Told ya, we're gonna have the resources to do that. Just ever, at all. This time we do want to go to the stake. Oh, and because of how infuriating these bosses are, we're not gonna bother with our rune arcs. We're just gonna chew through them too fast. Alright, it's time for another break. We've been keeping a 1 hour interval, although we're about 15 minutes behind when our ad break should be, so we're gonna make this the usual length. We're going to have to take a smaller one at the 3 hour mark. Hopefully these don't interfere with Operation Cleanup too badly. We'll have to see. If not, we can always switch and deal with gravity. We could use gravity spells. That should help us out. It would just suck to have to do that. Anyway, definitely feel free to take a stretch, get a drink, use the bathroom, whatever fits your fancy, really. And I will see you at the end of this commercial break. That'll be 90 seconds, by the way. So sorry about that. I am back. Hopefully I wasn't gone too long. So, we're here in this cave. We have one task, one thing to do. I hate it. I don't want to do it, but we're doing it. We're killing them. Today, we are getting rid of the putrid triple crystallian for good. And it looks like the AI has been tamped down, but there's still quite a nuisance to deal with. So this is going to be fun. Mainly because we need to poise break them if we want to do any real damage. Did not last particularly long. Yeah, we definitely need to change what we're doing. It is not working. And I had a feeling this would happen. We don't have any sacrificial branches either, which is unfortunate. Let him kill us. Memory of Grace. Lose all runes. That's fine. We don't need them. Don't need them. We just need to get out. Just need to get out. Alright. So we need to change our gear. Gotta change our spells. Change up what we're doing. Because you have to be able to recognize when what you're doing doesn't work. Just does not work. Our best bet is going to be to break their poise. And we cannot do that with the incantations we have on hand. You just cannot. Similarly, the Sword of Night and Flame. I don't think, and this is just me thinking about it, the Sword of Night and Flame is useful when you're wanting to inflict status. And we do have some spells that are capable of doing just that. Here's the problem. Out of all the spells present, right? Out of all the spells present, the only ones that we have that inflict status are the ice, like the Glintstone Ice Crack spell, or the cold spells, and the death spells. And out of all of those, the one that we really want is Ancient Death Rancor, even though it is slow. Simply because it will deal a good chunk of poise damage. Also, we probably want a ton of gravitational spells to use, along with Ancient Death Rancor, of course, because we do want to be inflicting status of some kind. Probably also want something to roll catch, just in case. And then finally, I don't know. Probably Starlight. We could take the lantern off our bar. Let's change the fortunes. Select our fortunes. Fortune of the Wizard. Alright, we have our spells. And we probably want... We need to lose 8 points in something. I just don't know if... Do we have a tier? We should. We have no... Well, no, those are key item. Hang on. We have 4. Alright, let's go respec ourselves for this. I hate that I even have to do this, but... Starlight? I hate that I have to do this, but... If what we're doing doesn't work, we've got to change it so we're doing something that does. It's the only thing that can happen. Or it's the only thing that can happen if we want to keep doing this content. And, you know, actually cleaning out Caelid of all its valuables.
Ah, is it thy
Wish to be born anew? Yes.
now?
Just set these points real quick. Faith is probably where we want to lose it. Because having the arcane is good for status scaling. Probably 60 or so should be sufficient. And then we can put the rest into faith. Alright. Oh no, did I not account for the faith requirement of the sword? I didn't account for the faith requirement of the sword.
Is it thy
Wish to be born? Yeah, we're gonna have to do it again. Thankfully, you know, if this were anyone else, we'd probably be a small toad at this point. Or a graven mage. I'm pretty happy that we have that rune. Alright, so our faith needs to be at 26. That's kind of locked in. And that means we have an intelligence of 59. So let's put it at 60. Alright. Alright. We have our... I can't even believe I wasted those. That is unfortunate. Alright. There's the Celia hideaway. Let's go back and try that again, shall we? We probably also want, like, tools that will actually help us. We do have the magic glint blade. We also probably want, probably glintstone pebble. Probably want that just in case. Alright, let's do it. And I suppose this might, well, we can't. We don't have enough runes to make any. Beautiful. And we'll have to test out the singularity on those 3. And between this and like our just relax. I don't like these things, for the record. I hate Royal Revenants. They're like the worst. Only one toward us. Nice. Let's just evade. If there were any enemy I wish I could have removed from the game, it would definitely be Royal Revenants. They often will freak me out. They will they'll jump scare you out of nowhere. They attack you relentlessly non-stop. Unfortunate. Yeah, they attack you out of nowhere. They attack a lot. They can poison you. They just never stop attacking. They never stop. It's probably the worst enemy I've ever dealt with in the game. And that's saying something. Let's go ahead and do that. Should just sprint through this area. I think I'm starting to experience some performance anxiety. Yay. I know I can do this, but I make obvious blunders, and the obvious blunders make me commit, or they make me feel uncomfortable. And when I'm uncomfortable and not confident, I make more errors. Anyone else experience that performance anxiety where you do well, and then when you start doing poorly, you just can't seem to stop for 5 seconds? Until you just tell yourself to breathe? Until you tell yourself it's alright? Those errors don't have to define you. Just gotta keep soldiering on. Just going to do this now. And later, just jump on ahead. Just keep moving. Yeah, having Starlight is pretty nice. It lets you see without needing a lantern on your bar. Speaking of not having lanterns on your bar, let's actually clear them out. Yeah, and those snails will occasionally just lurch at you. You might want to roll if you don't see where they're coming from. And they can jump at you with some surprising speed. was bad. Now we want the steak. And before we continue, we should make some boluses and put those on our hotbar. We're gonna need them. I remember having to do a lot to actually succeed in this fight. I had a lot I had to do. Mildewy amalgamate. Let's put 5 of them on the hotbar. Nope, not that way. Also, if we're not really, like, we're not really going to be using the sword. So, my thought process, might be, if Night and Fell, maybe we want, we're not using Crystalline sorcery. Yeah, sometimes it can help to, like, change out one weapon for another. Like, we have things we'd like to use, but you have to be willing to be flexible and understand that sometimes you just have it all wrong. Let's see. What? No, that's quite right. Hatchet. And I don't think it's enough to just have the weapon in the offhand. Vitality and drains to death. Maybe something like... Maybe we need a second staff. This might be where we want that staff. Enhances power of all sorceries. We probably want the meteorite staff in our other hand. And if nothing else, we could trade our power for defense. Like, this is why we keep all this gear. It's not because, oh, it looks pretty. No. It's because it actually has a use. You just have to be willing to actually equip it, to actually make the changes we're supposed to. Now, what does this mean? You know, we can't actually block, but that's fine. We weren't blocking anyway. We weren't deflecting anyway. Well, we just run through, and what we want to make sure we remember is that we're casting things out of our right-hand staff, but obtaining power from the left-hand staff. So we want to be casting our, we want to be casting our gravity sorceries more than anything else. Alright. Let's just do it like this. Yeah, there's no point. Don't fight that. Not worth it. Not worth it. Yeah, this fight's hard. It's hard. It's hard because you've got just so much. You have 3 different enemies you have to keep on the screen. Granted, the tip I'm not telling you, the tip I haven't said yet, is that you want to keep the enemy You want to keep all three on screen if you can. It's just hard to do that because you're also trying to deal damage wherever you can. Okay, the bot seems to be working now, so good to know for the future. And that gravity staff is immensely helpful, by the way. You probably want to, like, burst one of them down, now that I'm thinking about it. And we should probably just burst the spear guy down, because he's the most aggressive one out of the three. No, it's really tough to try to beat that out. It's really tough to pour. Just like keep ahead of the staff user. Typically, the tip, another tip, is to take care of the staff user first. It's just I have a tough time, me personally, trying to take care of the staff user first. Also, this is one of those fights that actually favors melee, believe it or not, because once you have the Spirit Ash out, with the AI being what it is, you can jump attack. You can take like a big two-handed weapon and clobber the living crap out of the staff user and get the backstabs. That's really going to be where you get the poise breaks from, is the backstabs. They kind of resist the rock sling. Like, yeah, it hurts. I'm going to go for this time. Yeah, I can't. And we wasted the bolus. I should. That was death. Either way, death. Don't be afraid to, like, get help. These guys suck. There's a reason that all the challenge runs skip this boss. It sucks. It is the worst boss ever. Even Elden Beast is better than this. This is the worst boss in the whole game. For me. But I think many people also agree with me. That this boss should just not exist. It could be replaced with like a Crystallian Amalgamate. Something a little bit more reasonable. I get what they're trying to go for, but And granted, in regular Elden Ring, the fight's a joke now because of the way the AI is scripted, but well, yeah, it is a joke, but oh my god, I got flipped by the Crystallian, the ring user. There's no winning. There's no winning with this boss. As a caster, you just have a bad time. You just have a bad time. I might have to kill it off camera because I don't want... I would never be able to do this. I might never be able to do it on camera. It sucks. It sucks that bad. It might even be better to go without a summon, because from what I understand, I almost always have to have a summon, but it exacerbates the problem, because typically the way I see no-hit runner or hitless runners attempt to accomplish this boss is by doing all the trips all the tricks I just showed, or I just told you about. You know, constantly keeping all three on camera, taking out the staff user first, using jump attacks. Like, as a caster, this fight is just not fun. It is genuinely unfun. There is no amount of spirit summons that would make this fight go by any easier. We're gonna get nice and close. Just get away. Just gotta be patient. I do wish you would stop tossing those. Alright. Okay, that has better right-handed tracking than left-handed tracking. It's the last one as well. Yeah, that definitely has better right-handed tracking. I need to do it left-handed. You also kind of have to split your attention. If you want to. get you guys in this pattern, that's great. No poise break yet. That's... Now we can turn our attention to the ring blade user. Also, singularity is awful. do get good loot. You do get Crystal Torrent. You do get a Smithing Stone 5. Let me just ask you though, folks. If you weren't a caster... Because I can't imagine this... I mean, I think this is an unfun fight for anyone. Period. No matter what your build is. Would you still fight this boss anyway? If I were doing a hitless challenge, that would be the only reason. Like an all bosses hitless. That would be the only reason why I fight them. They're awful. I would learn to love any percent because of a boss like that. Awful. Just awful. But it's dead now. They're dead now. No worries. Now we're gonna go to Fort Faroth and actually do something I want to do. Anything other than fight that boss. I gotta be careful and slide that back here. What the heck? Graphical glitchage much? OBS? Alright. We might as well keep this build on. I don't see a reason to change it now. Granted, what we're going to fight is pretty much going to foil our build. But, you know what? I'm a little bit too arsed. I cannot be arsed to do that right now. Operation Cleanup will definitely take 2 episodes to execute. Mainly because of the Crystallian boss we just fought. If you can know what you're doing, right? You can know exactly what you're doing. The problem ain't knowing what you're doing, folks. The problem is execution. The Crystallian trio makes execution very hard. There were still times, I think if they were continuously acting in a more natural way the whole time, we would not be able to beat that boss. Do we have to bring a dragon here? I don't even know about this. Let's try to bring a dragon or something over here. Because dragons and trolls are going to be about the only 2 ways we actually get that thing to break. Come on, good sir. Where did I see this? It's like over here somewhere. After this, I suppose we'll take a short intermission. Come on. We're almost there. Picked it up only to immediately die. You know what? I'm fine fine with this. I am no longer in a state of caring at the moment. I feel winded. I don't even feel good having gone through that fight and actually having won. That's how unfun I think that fight is. Maybe for those who use a melee weapon or have a bow, maybe that fight is more fun for you. That's cool. We need some fights like that in Elden Ring that genuinely challenge players like myself, like anyone who uses magic. Like, I'm fine with that. Whatever. But I think even for those who fight with swords and bows would agree that that fight was awful. And Miyazaki should feel bad for designing it. And if he delegated that to someone who did think it was a good idea, they should feel bad. They should feel awful for having like, did they beat it? You know, I always wonder if the dev team actually like tests their own product, or whether or not they just kind of leave it for the masses to decide. Like, I know that Elden Ring underwent playtesting in order to get it to where it should be, but damn, they did not do enough playtesting. Sorry for the French. Sorry for the cussing, but I had to say it. Alright, we're in the Celia Everdale, and here is a special fight. Let's go ahead and pop one of these. Maybe Singularity will be more useful here. Oh, this guy hurts. You know what, I'm not even bothered that I couldn't tag it or didn't want to tag it. Honestly, I didn't care. Use your environment that Battle Mage use. The reward you get for fighting him is very good. We do get a fortune for this. And that's going to be good stuff. But I tell you what, I didn't even feel like introing this boss because I'm still winded from that other fight. And I'm winded emotionally. Not physically, but emotionally. Oh, that was not good. Okay, I do have to consciously think about tagging when I'm gonna do it. Right away. That was a bad time. Right, run. Battle Mage Hughes and the Fortune of Haima. That is a very worthy reward, at least in my opinion. This is one of the ones I had a moderate-handed sculpting. Ultimately, it ended up taking a different direction than I was wanting to push it, but that's perfectly fine. Oftentimes, you really aren't the bearer of the best ideas, and it really is a group effort on this stuff. Rare fortune found in the lands between. Increases intelligence and strength. Increases the strike damage of weapons. Decreases sorcery FP costs. Stance breaks restore FP and stamina. Increases the poise damage of Academy Glintstone sorceries, but decreases their damage. When an enemy is stance broken after casting a sorcery, instead increases damage and decreases poise damage. Also become immune to weak staggers. Decreases maximum FP. Decreases dexterity and faith. Decreases critical damage. Generator spells restore less FP. So, that's a lot to take in. But essentially, the way this works is that you want gravity source, or strike damage of weapons. No. You want to have like a club or something in your main hand. You want to use your sorceries to stagger break. Or I'm sorry, to break stagger of your opponent. After you've broken their stagger, you hit them with a big old bonk. Probably a jumping heavy attack. And then follow it up with one or two light hits. Then repeat the process. You do not want to be using Azat's or Azur's or Lusat's staves, excuse me. You don't want to be using that. You already have FP issues from generator spells. You want a cheap staff. You want like a digger staff. Yeah, primarily the digger staff. That's what you want to be using. Or like a generic glintstone staff. There's nothing wrong with those. In fact, does the, do we have one? Yeah, we do have digger staves. And that's mostly what you want to use is the stone digger stuff. Because it's not just, even though it is boosting Academy sorceries, that doesn't mean you can't use Stone Digger with this. Or some other spell. some other set of spells. But you do generally want to be, you don't want to do this. You don't want a two staff setup. That's not going to be very good for you with that build. Also, we are totally done with that boss. I'm happy to have him put behind us. Let's go find this place that I've marked on the map. And if we can't find it, then I will just take a short standing break. I do want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's stopped by and anyone who's followed today. I really do appreciate it. I apologize for the rather quiet stream, for the 15-minute delay. I do apologize for all of that. I really do. But everyone has off days sometimes. Granted, being late is just never acceptable. You can't always control that. Alright, we're wanting to make this jump over here. And then we want to follow the branches into here. This is actually a really cool place to find. Yeah, a really cool place to find. I didn't find this in my first playthrough. I only found it after installing ERR and playing through that. That's how I came across this. I had to look it up. It was that well hidden. Kudos to FromSoft. Like, yeah, like, there are some questionable design decisions in there, but I generally think they tried their best with this game. I really do. It just sucks that some decisions they made caused the great game to fall so flat. So flat on its face sometimes. I don't think the open world formula is a problem. It's cohesive. The issue is how much of a Dark Souls or like a Soulsborne game should this be? How clunky should the combat be? Or versus how fluid it should feel. The more you increase a boss's fluidity, the more you should be prepared to expect players to move fast, and for slow builds to be disfavored. If you don't want that, you have to slow down the game. That's the only thing that could be happening with that. You gotta slow down the game. Alright, now we can replace those with boluses. Gonna have to try not to, Oh, yeah, this stuff hurts. And yeah, there are quite a few Abductor Virgin statues in here. I did say we would be taking a break. I want to keep going, but what the heck happened? You know what? I'm gonna take my break now. We're gonna take that break. We're not gonna, unless I have to go crawl back. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right, we're gonna take that last break. I would make this a short one, but this is the last break, so. We're going to take our usual 5 minutes. Please feel free to get up, get a snack, get a drink, maybe refresh the stream, just in case. All that other fun stuff. And I will see you guys at the end of these 5 minutes. Please know that there will be a 90-second ad at the start of the break. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. That took a little bit longer than I was hoping it would. Let's try to make it through the rest of this, shall we? Let's at least try to get... Let's at least try to get through Caelid today. So, this place... Yeah, I've been through here an entire total of once. The boss you fight in here is really neat. That boss being the, oh geez, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Yeah. So, those gouts are really interesting. I'm not exactly sure. Also, we don't need the 21,000 soul, or runes. We don't need them. It's fine. Totally fine. Also, there's really no point in curing yourself of Scarlet Rot while you're in here. We already got that. Except when you've got these dry patches like this, then you could cure, and it's fine. But if you're in there wading through Scarlet Rot, there's no reason not to just continue wading through it. Only cure it if you absolutely have to while you're here. There are tons of these things everywhere. There's just a whole big dumping ground of them. I believe this is where there's an architect by the name of Giza who did a lot of work on these Iron Maidens, these abductor virgins. He's the one who came up with their design. There's even a weapon called the Wheel of Giza for a similar reason. G-H-I-Z-A, Giza. Nice, we got the serpent bow. I was waiting for a good bow. Now we actually have one. Malformed bow in the shape of a pair of poisonous snakes. Fuse arrows with poison through pagan magic, revealing its true worth when used with poison-infused arrows, used by assassins known as the Formless Serpent. The serpent bow acts like a short bow, even though it's a medium bow. It's great. Oh, no, get out of that. Get out of that. We want to be really careful while we're here. I know it keeps saying to be careful over and over and over and over and over and over again, but I promise you, there are good reasons for me to say it. This place is an actual hazard for your health. Yeah, this place is an actual hazard to your health. You will die walking through here. We've lost runes to this place. Runes we did not have to lose. But we did. We did lose them. Granted, we can get them back, and I will probably grind up a number of runes off camera, since we did lose a good chunk of them today. But still. Oh boy. Can't get too close to that Miranda flower. Yeah, the selling point of this place is that there's just a bunch of hazards everywhere. It's up to us to figure out. It's up to us to figure out how to deal with this, and get to the boss with enough runes or with enough flasks to spare. And really, once you get past the initial tunnel, I think it starts to sort of calm down here in the abandoned cave. But it's pretty frickin' abandoned for a reason. We should keep it that way. But if you do need Aeonian butterflies, then you can come here and get what you need. Now, yes, we can go that way. I remember an item being particularly tricky, kind of hard to grab, mainly because it's easy to miss, not because it's actually difficult to get to. Here we are, the Venomous Fang. This is my favored fist weapon of choice. I like this thing because it comes with poison innate on the weapon, and all you have to do is hook it up with some manner of you know, other status boost, and it's great. I've put Deathblight on this thing. I've put Rot on this thing. I've put Bleed and Frostbite on Venomous Fang, and it's great. It's fantastic. Is it the best fist weapon or claw weapon? No. No, it's not. That would be the one, that would be the Bloodhound Claws, I think. Oh, we have another dual fight here, if my memory serves. We actually have the Abductor Virgins that are here. Let's go ahead and pull up our handy-dandy. Yes, we have it. So, I have access to a copy. It'll be ERRB. Yep, that should take us to the spreadsheet. I will replace this with the wiki entry eventually. We just don't have access to it right now. But as the boss, it's really not too different from the main area. It's just you have a confined space to fight both in. They have 40 defense, 80 poise. They take 5% less slash, 5% more strike, and 10% less pierce. In terms of magic, they take 10% more magic and 20% more from lightning. They take 10% less from holy and 20% less from fire. In terms of status effects, they are resistant to Scarlet Rot, and they are very resistant to Frostbite. So we're mostly going to be getting by on the extra magic damage that we get to deal with them in return. Other than that, we've seen what the gotta move my mouse back over. That's one of the downsides of mouse without borders, is that if your mouse moves over to a computer that doesn't have the application open, you can get seriously borked by that. Yeah, we're gonna move that back down and slide this over. We don't need to see that now. Yeah, that is a downside of that particular app. I may end up regretting my decision to switch over, but so far, I like it. We've seen how these two bosses work individually. Let's see how they work together in tandem. You guys know the deal. I don't talk during these. I will see you on the other side. Oh, I take that back. It's not the Abductor Virgins. It's a Clean Rot Knight. Two of them. things really hurt. Wow. Even though the tell is like keeping you distracted, that was really bad. I do like how they manage to, switch focus whenever they feel like. But, why am I getting rot here? Whatever, I guess. Let's just use the last bolus. And we have ourselves the Golden Scarab, which increases runes obtained from defeated enemies. A talisman facsimile of a scarab, the carrier of treasures and precious things. This golden scarab increases the amount of runes obtained from defeating enemies. Hey there, Alex. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in on the latter half of the stream. We have maybe 26-ish minutes together, but I'll make the most of our time. How are you doing? I'm glad that particular dungeon is over with. We can get out of here now. Actually, just wanted to tell you that your game is too loud and your voice is a little bit quiet. Okay, I can fix that. Hang on. I'm glad you said that. I've been waiting for people to tell me. The game is loud, huh? Okay. Let's see. What I should actually probably do is not have the voice meter set up to do lowering on that side. Well, maybe on this. That is the thing with audio mixing. It's very difficult to get that sort of stuff correct. I had to recalibrate it as well. I had to recalibrate all this stuff on voice meter, and I'm probably gonna have to do it again. Because if I calibrate it the way that the article I read tells me to do that, we're gonna have problems. We're gonna have a lot of problems. Okay, how is this coming in? Right, this is actually just coming from... I don't want to lower that. That's just going to decrease the overall volume. Okay. I'm going to try making some noises in the game, see what happens. I listened through several recordings of this. It seemed fine, but... let me try and... Sounds good now? Thanks. What else can I say? It's hard to get this stuff right. Also, I just realized I warped to the inside of the cave I just got finished exploring. Let's not do that and say we did. Alright, let's go back to Fort Faroth. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. And on top of this, I am a little bit off my game today. I think I've already mentioned that like 5 or 6 times. It's definitely been a hot minute since I've streamed Elden Ring, and it's actually been a hot minute since I've streamed. I streamed Friday, or no, I streamed Saturday, as sort of a makeup. I didn't get very far. I streamed for maybe an hour on YouTube, and then, you know, the voice meter crapped out. No webcam today? No, I look awful. I've just been feeling a little under the weather. Under the weather. That's the best way I know to say it. I wish I could explain it, but I can't. And I guess I just haven't been taking as much good care of myself as I should be. That'll be fixed later today. I don't know. Streaming sometimes helps me get started with my day. Or maybe not started, but helps me to continue it. I knew I was missing a grace site. Yeah, this isn't normal. I'll be back to a webcam soon enough. But my hair's kind of matted down. I'm not wearing my usual attire. I am dressed. People don't need to worry about that. I'm not a degenerate. I don't feel presentable. Anyone else have days like that? That's kind of a general engagement question. Anyone else have days where they just feel like they don't feel presentable? They don't think they're going to be good for much of anything that day. And I'm grateful that I even have the mental fortitude to stream right now. I'm probably making it sound worse than it is. I'm not upset. I'm not depressed. I'm just blech. I feel blech. I mean, I don't think it would matter if you were naked or not. You're in your own house. You have the right to be a nudist inside it. Meh. That's true. That is most certainly true. However, as an Amazon representative, I'm not supposed to do that. And if I had a webcam on, I would have to be clothed. No, I'm in shorts and a t-shirt. I'm not nude. Just, I don't feel great presenting to people in shorts that are a little short for me and a t-shirt. That's not exactly professional attire. But I know people generally get away with I know shirtless dudes on stream. Like, there are clips everywhere. People see them. So I know I'm setting standards for myself that no one else sets for themselves. I don't know, does that make me a sneering imperialist? Does that make me an elitist? For wanting to show a good product? Hot tub live streams when? Laugh. Kappa. Hot tub? Never. Well, not with the body I have. If I were fit, maybe. Maybe. And, you know, I'd have shorts. I would, I probably wouldn't do a hot tub stream ever. Because of the controversy that many fine gentlemen and ladies have already had the misfortune of getting to know. They have done the hard work for me. They have said, what can I do to piss Amazon off? And the hot tub streams do it. They just do it. In Dragon Barrow Cave, we do have another giant rune bear, so we do want to be careful. We don't have to fight it, but we do get something for fighting it. So I highly recommend you fight it at least once. I'm trying to think in terms of what else I could sort of talk about. Oh, come on, Sir Rune Bear. You started learning 3D modeling again? Ooh, that sounds fun. Learn anything you'd like to talk about. We're gonna get in this little crevice. Yeah, you can kinda cheese the strewn bear if you know how. Oh, if you're just gonna sit there and yell at me, I can do this all day. It's so confusing. Why do you say that? Is it confusing because there are a lot of tools? Or is it confusing because the particular modeler is obtuse and inconvenient? Blender has a lot of tools. That makes sense. Yeah, I actually worked with Blender for a short time. I was considering making an Ocarina of Time ROM hack. And one of the first things they tell you to learn how to do is use Blender to make models for Sharp Ocarina or other tools. And me being the potentially smart boy, smart in air quotes I was, decided that I wasn't content with using previous versions of Blender. I wanted to figure out how to make the current version of Blender work. Like 3.7 or 3.9 something. If I recall correctly. I probably am not. And the sheer number of different tools in there was overwhelming. I had a hard time figuring out. Granted, you do have tutorials for making things specifically for Sharp Ocarina. You do have to go and download a bunch of conversion tools. But the conversion tools get real buggy real quick. And oftentimes, if you don't have that exact version of if you don't have the exact version of Blender that the tutorial tells you you're supposed to have, the Sharp Ocarina exporter won't work. It'll just you'll export your Blender setup as an object, like a Sharp Ocarina object, but you won't be able to import it. Yeah, but it looks like 90% of the time you use only 20% of the tools. Right. Yeah, that's a big thing I've noticed in Blender, is that you tend to use it. It's about being able to apply the drawing technique. So if you know how to draw something on paper, like if you're a good artist, then you just need to learn the efficient way of using the Blender tool. Yeah, the problem is that you have to know when to use them, how to use them. Even the modifiers have to be in a specific order to have a specific result. Exactly. Exactly. And that can make learning Blender difficult. Voice meter's kind of the same. It's a different kind of application. It's not it's not 3D modeling. It is an audio mixer, but it's kind of the same way. Voice meter is really picky, or it can be really picky about how you set stuff up. And if it's not in a specific order, it could be a problem. If you don't have your inputs and outputs wired correctly, you're just going to end up... you're going to end up with echoey, crappy audio that's it's just terrible to listen to. Thank you again for helping me with that, by the way. Anyway, not going to lie, I'm impressed at how powerful a free open source 3D software modeler can be. Me too. Me too. People put a lot of work into Blender, or maybe not so much Blender, but you know, any 3D modeler, but Blender I think is free. Yeah, it's... Why are you killing the cute squirrel slash chinchilla? Laughing. Look, I need their bones. I need to sit down and carve out the little chinchilla, the little squirrel. And, actually, I'm not even sure they're called squirrels, or they might be called squirrels. I'd have to go back and look at the codex. We have a name for those. But, we need the bones. We need the, bones to make arrows. In Elden Ring, you learn pretty quick not to squander or waste resources. These animals are a resource. We can strip the bones. We can strip their blood. We can strip their flesh and make useful creations out of it. Admittedly, it looks a little bit more abstract in this system when what you're making is, I don't know, amalgamate? Can we even... Actually, I think bones are one of the few things... Yeah. The beast bones are one of the few things you don't grind up into, like, amalgamates, powders, extracts, substances. You actually keep those plain. First time you tried to learn 3D modeling, you worked in Maya. Yeah, I remember when you were going through that period of your life. You talked a lot about it. You talked a lot about Maya. I even looked into it for a short period, but I decided that my work at the time would have been better spent in Blender and Krita. I mainly use Krita if I need to get any manual art editing done. Things like resizing images or blending shades of colors together. I use Krita for that. But I am no artist. If I were, I wouldn't be getting emotes commissioned right now. Speaking of which, I'm not going to reveal anything yet. I am simply going to say I had a graphic artist approach me and give me a relatively reasonable rate within like 2 weeks. And we have 5 emotes that are going to be on their way, all at the tier 1 package. So even your your Twitch Prime subs will get these for a month. We're going to be working a little bit more with the character in the banners and stuff. Most people seem to think that I should be using that, leveraging that face a little bit more. And so that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm glad you think so. I'm not going to unveil any initial drafts, as they're likely to change anyway. And I don't know what kind of contracting, or I'd have to go back and look at the agreement for what I am and am not allowed to show. But I would like to think if I don't actually like show a file, I'm probably fine. Seeing as how it's in private Discord DMs anyway, but I'm just gonna be safe rather than sorry. I will ask regarding when I could show off that particular kind of thing. I think you guys will like it. There are going to be various expressions. You know, everyone has like the you know, the smug face, or the shocked or surprised face, or the angry face, but stylized and onto their characters. These are going to be something like that. And that'll help get people, like, communicating in a similar language. And what I'm going to try to make sure happens is that these emotes are stylized, but not cartoonish. That's kind of the point. I'm trying to take lessons from what my audience says they want. If people don't want cartoonish things, then I'm going to make an attempt at ignoring or making sure that I hire or source artists that are flexible in their style and are willing to work with what the audience really wants. We're in the initial stages, so a lot could happen. A lot of things could change, but I'm looking forward to it. I like what I see already, just in the private messages. And I can't wait to show you guys. But we're going to have to all be patient. Emote commissions are not cheap. For a set of 5, the going rate is somewhere between 150 and 225 US dollars. And I think I paid around 170. Not all at once. I can't afford that big of a wallet shocker at once, but that is the collective amount, is 170. So I'm really hoping that being on the lower end of that commission spectrum, that these will turn out great. And I have faith in the artists that I've hired. Maybe later I might mention the name. That way, if anyone else wants cool art done, they could totally talk to the same artist and have it done. Right. Before I forget, there is a boss, and I believe these are the Beastmen of Farum Azula. So these are beasts. They're not... Yeah, these are beasts with 10 defense and 65 poise. They take 10% more slash damage. And physical damage types work fine for the most part. As for elemental damage, they take 25% less fire damage and 20% less lightning damage. They are not resistant to other types of magic, so yay, we're all like standard or magic damage here. For statuses, they are vulnerable to poison, scarlet rot, death blight, and especially vulnerable to sleep and madness. Do we have douse enemies in oil? No, I don't think we have any ritual pots for inflicting madness or sleep, which is a shame. That stuff tends to be in I blanked on the word, in Altus Plateau. That's what I was trying to say. Altus Plateau. Let's these guys, one of them uses a boomerang or some other ranged implement, and the other tends to use a sword, like a great sword. So we don't want to be getting hit by these guys. They're rough. You also want to lean toward using the multiple summons, like multiple NPCs contained in a Spirit Ash, as opposed to something like Lutel. You'll have much more... You'll have a greater window of time to attack most of the time. You can also default to the Spirit Jellyfish the rest of the time. Poison is something that works on them. Other than that, we have actually fought the Beastmen of Farum Azula before. It was a single one in the cave, so this will be interesting to see how a dual fight works. You guys know the drill. I don't talk during these, but I do see your messages, so feel free to continue chatting. It just might take me a minute to actually see what's going on. And with that, I will see you on the other side of this fight. I was too close. Okay, so the one we actually managed to, like, draw and pull in was the Great Sword user. interesting. I think their positions were reversed. Please don't tell me it's crashed. No, it appears to be loading, just slow. Trying to think of other things I could talk about that aren't this fight. But quite honestly, actually there should be, probably have time for one more attempt. Now that I'm thinking about it. Let's just bypass this rune bear. We don't need to fight it now. The fight's actually over here anyway. So before I attempt the fight again... Oh, actually, we don't have to worry about that. I'm going in 50 different directions in my head. So in terms of how everyone's doing, how do people feel about Elden Ring Reforged? We're on the 40th episode now. So we've been at this for a long time. I think I might have asked this earlier, as a matter of fact, but it's worth asking again. Do people like what they see? Granted, I think at the end of the day, there's enough distinction to know that it's a mod, right? Like the fact that Singularity is not a base spell should be enough to say, yeah, it's a mod. But really, the gameplay is close enough to Elden Ring that if people didn't know, or people didn't know any better, it would actually look like you're just playing Elden Ring. And that's really the stated intention or design of Elden Ring Reforged. It should feel like a Miyazaki expansion pack. You know, like it comes from the same design team. I think Kernifer has done a really good job, along with Ivy and so many others who've helped Kernifer supply art or music or graphics or anything of that nature. It really does feel like a add-on to Elden Ring, a free one. No DLC, nothing of the sort. Just good extra content. And the game feels far smoother than it did before. No messing around. No. There are even some what I would call interesting design decisions. When we get to it, there's a boss called the Godskin Noble. We've actually already fought the other half of the duo, the Godskin Apostle. The Godskin Noble is like a fat version with a rapier and a few more magic spells. And it's infamous for its rolling attack. During its second phase, it'll actually puff out its body because the robes it wears are made out of, like, subcutaneous human flesh or, like, subcutaneous body fat. It's really disgusting. But they get all puffy. They start rolling around like a barrel. And the hitboxes are famously jank. And people generally don't like fighting the Godskin Nobles for that reason. Well, Kernifer put one of those in an elevator. Granted, the hitboxes are fixed. They wouldn't dare put that on an elevator with jank hitboxes. People would be livid if that happened. But I think because people already dislike the Godskin Noble, they do not like the fact that it was put on an elevator. Many people consider it a interesting or, dare I say, poor design decision. So it even has the prospects of Miyazaki's bad and or questionable decisions. Now, we have not fought the Godskin Noble in that elevator yet. It's especially nerfed. So my hope is, if I learn how to deflect better, it will be a non-problem. But I am totally prepared to be clowned by Godskin Noble on an elevator shaft. You guys will have to see it to believe it, really. That being said, I do want to make sure I'm taking your opinions and thoughts into account. So, if the answer to my question is I can't tell that this is anything more than playing regular Elden Ring, if I can't tell, if that is your answer, that's okay. Not only is it the stated design intention that you can't tell, but also, you know, that means we can talk about regular Elden Ring stuff too. We can talk about how the animation speeds are different between vanilla and Reforged. We can talk about a bunch of different kinds of stuff. I can show you why the game is different. And not just say, oh, well, if this is just Elden Ring, why not just play Elden Ring? Although eventually I might find that I just don't have an answer for that statement, which is also fine. We're also 3 minutes over, so I want to make this attempt count. I'll see you guys on the other side of this. We're gonna switch staves. There's that guy with the throwing knife in the back. Yeah, that throwing knife is rough. All right, I believe we have to swarm the throwing knife. We cannot attack the great sword user. We gotta let him be distracted. That's gonna have to be for next time in Operation Cleanup Caelid 2.0. Please tell me you didn't crash. I don't know what they're listening to back there in the living room, but I did not like the cussing I think I just heard. Oh well. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. I am sorry for those who came in toward the end of stream that we didn't get that much time to talk with one another. I need to check and see who's in chat right now. Okay. Did I have that written down? I had something written down. I'll figure out what that is. But I have a couple of order of operations I'll take care of off camera. For those who don't know, I have a Discord. Twitch Prime sub gets you in for free. And you have your Twitch Prime sub available to you with a Amazon account. If you have one, that is your ticket of getting in. Any sub gets in, though, not just the Prime subs, but even a Prime sub is good enough to get into the Discord. You only need to do that once, and then you're good afterwards. I'm still working out exactly how I want to deal with, like, Patreon and, the coffee pages. That I might need to tinker with the Discord, like the Discord admission rules. But rest assured, we do have a Discord. I'm just trying to incentivize it. But other than that one tiny little blurb, I do want to thank you guys so much for stopping by. There aren't really people I'm aware of that we could go raid. So instead, what I will do is I will give you guys 2 places to go. If you guys want and I will shout those out. If you want to enjoy some clean art and a relaxing stream where you can sort of just let it play in the background, check out Bob Ross. It's based on the show that Robert Norman Ross did, and that his children and his own company that he put together continue to carry on. This channel is mostly dedicated to airing his old stuff, like when he was alive. It's a good channel. If, however, you're wanting some action, or you want to just see something different, I recommend checking out Lobos Jr. Lobos Jr. is playing Ultima Underworld, which looks like a lot of fun. It's one of those really old school RPGs on computer. I can't wait to look at this class of games. I do want to eventually. It is a goal of mine. I've never played. But if you want to see that stuff right now, go check him out. He's worth giving attention to. In terms of shilling, you know, if you like the content, leave a follow. Make sure your notifications are on. Lets me know you like the content. My apologies for any audio problems that have occurred. I might need to... Well, I probably won't have the time to edit, but I will go back and edit these VODs eventually when I'm between terms or something. But rest assured, you may want to modulate your volume very carefully. Other than that, the best place to talk to me is probably going to be through Twitter or Discord, if you're a part of that. The rest of the stuff, I don't feel like I've particularly earned today. But if you do feel like donating for any reason, all that stuff's in the link tree in the About Me section on Twitch. Check those out. The next time you'll see me will be on Wednesday, and we will be playing some Blasphemous. We only have one more penitence to go, and it's the worst one of all. And then after that, we can shelve Blasphemous. We'll be done with it. We'll actually have completed it. And I get to look forward to the game I'll be bringing you guys next, and or, you know, an extra day of Elden Ring. You know, getting through it faster. That's all, like, because this is a big game. And Elden Ring Reforged has extra modes on top of that, like adventure mode or the, you know, the 3 days and 3 nights quest mode, which will be a lot of fun to show off. Other than that, I think I've pretty much covered it. Thank you guys again. Appreciate the company. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven, whatever fits your fancy. Just don't call me Collect. And with that, you guys are welcome in my storm halls anytime, where we can drink, be merry, and talk about the finer or more serious things in life. And with that, I will see you guys next time. Take care, and bye-bye.